Okay, let's try that again. That's a fucking first. Final Fantasy 14 just crashed to desktop. Not even an error message. It just crashed. A moment we were gonna switch to the screen, it just shut down. So bear with us a second when we get it back up. Hello everyone. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. It's been a long time since we played Final Fantasy 14 on stream. So there's a reason for that. Okay. There we go. So was it 2 years ago? We started doing on the we remember now, on the 14th anniversary of this game, the original Final Fantasy 14. We started a playthrough of Final Fantasy 14 from 2.0 on stream. And it was a lot of fun. But after REBORN and the patches, we were kind of burnt out. So we decided to take a break. That break ended up taking a little bit too long. But now we're back. We're not ready to start Heavensward just yet, because we want to finish leveling Dragoon to level 50. Can we find a way to where this does not reflect the screen, or is that just not possible? Got to figure out. That kind of works. But yeah, so why is Final Fantasy 14 not booting up? Or no, it's like halfway booted up. The cursor is here, but nothing else. What is going on? Okay, now it's getting somewhere. Yay! That was strange. Let's get the audio up. Why? The data center. Just give us a sec. We need to switch over to our stream character. I was gonna open up the chat channel in case anyone wants to join. There we go. Which world were we on? Zodiac? No. Shiva. We're on Shiva, right? Oh yeah, we remember now. Okay, so why is there no music? There's the music. Let's hop on over to the game screen. Okay, cool. Everything seems to be working the way it's supposed to. So let's see. Last time we played, it's been a hot minute. Let's actually we do think Mondays were the Final Fantasy days, right? It was Final Fantasy Mondays. That was like a regular pick for the days, we think. The last thing we did was apparently an Easter event, which was 10 months ago. But yeah, we finished before the fall on May 4th, March 4th, which is a Tuesday actually. Never look at it. Guess we were a bit more inconsistent. Actually, it seems Sundays were our go-to day for the most part. We thought it was Mondays for some reason. Oh well, it's not important. Anyway. If we sound a little off... oh yeah, here's our Agent 47 character. If we sound a little off today, we do have like some real pain in our throat. Not sure what that is. Hopefully it's nothing bad. Yeah, we tried to have some hot drinks to get rid of it. Didn't really help. And now we just decided, fuck it, let's live with it. But let's just keep on going. Haven't figured out where to put the map. We have our little cloth map of Eorzea. Maybe we can put it here. That kind of works, yeah. Let's see if we put it there. Feels strange. Like when we last when we last streamed this, we didn't even live here. Past year has been interesting. Okay, there and there. It's gonna need something to like push it down here. Let's put a Chaos Emerald there. That's not gonna work. What if Alice moves? Better than nothing. It works. Now we have a map. Returnus Bounty. No, thank you. So how do we play? Okay, we were playing mouse and keyboard for Dragoon apparently. Right. What's been going on here? Strategy board. Oh, right. This is the thing now. Yes, it's been a while since we played us in the box. Apparently we have Quintania. Nice, nice. Yeah, our goal today is to get Dragoon to level 50 and to finish up the Dragoon storyline. Why isn't our portrait up? Hold on. Why is our portrait not up? Let's get that up. Oh, right, we need an image for that. Hold on. Portrait. There we go. And then we take that, and voila, we have a portrait. Nice. Whew. Yeah, it feels good to be back. Nothing else. Like, Final Fantasy 14 is our favorite game of all time. But... Oh yeah, right. Valentine's Day is happening. Oh, sorry, Valentine's Day. We're doing that as well. We haven't done it yet. It's actually another thing we wanted to talk about. So one of the reasons we decided to start doing the Final Fantasy 14 streams again, one, you know, we just wanted to do it. It's been a while and we were missing it. Two, we've gotten really bad at doing the event, the like seasonal events. So we need an excuse to log on to do the seasonal events. Because when we do them on our stream character, pretty much every time we end up like doing it on our main after we go off stream. So that way we're actually able to keep up with seasonal events. We've missed almost every seasonal event in the past year because we just keep forgetting about them. Because we only really log on to like play story and like raids and leveling and such. Not so much leveling anymore, but like, yeah. So this is gonna help us get back into that as well. If it's your first time watching us play Final Fantasy 14, you might be wondering, what's our style of gameplay? How do we play? I mean, obviously you can see we play mouse and keyboard. We can play with controller. We actually think this game works remarkably well with controller. But the way our playstyle differs from some other people, as you might be noticing, is that we're not even touching the mouse right now as we're running around. For the most part, we control the camera with directional keys. We find that much easier to do. Not sure why. That's just how we've been playing. Sorry, we need to like what do we have set? Okay, hold on. This is odd. This is not the same controls that we have on our main right now. Hold on. Keybind. What is... Hold on. Numpad plus. Okay, thank you. We have that as numpad 0 on our main. That's why we were confused. Oh yeah, and the third reason we wanted to do this is because we actually have a little we have another Final Fantasy 14 stream idea thing. We're gonna preview that a little bit in a moment. Because we have figured out a very interesting way to play Final Fantasy 14. It's possible someone else have already done it. We don't know. We haven't seen anyone else do it. Basically, we're a big fan of Wrath Games. Wrath Games, who does a lot of challenge runs in Final Fantasy 14. His most famous one being solo only, where he plays through Final Fantasy 14 without any kind of multiplayer mechanics. So it's what's called Iron Man in like RuneScape. I don't know what we're doing right now. We're literally just checking for triple triad characters we haven't beaten yet, but there's none here. Yeah, he has a new challenge. His new challenge is chat commands only, which basically means that he's playing the game like, see, target underscore NPC. Wait, no, that's not how it works. It's target NPC. T NPC. We don't even know the commands. We don't even know the commands. Hold on. Just go into the macro stuff. Text commands. It's not slash target. Target. Is target NPC one word? Okay, so yeah, basically the way he walks is by doing this, like face target, auto move. Oh, what? Face target. Oh no! We can't even show it because we have the controls set to mouse mode. Sorry, legacy type. If it's standard type, then the character will actually like be locked to move in the target direction. But yeah, it's a very fun challenge, and while watching that, we got inspired for a challenge of our own that we're gonna be starting, and we'll be previewing that a little bit later. Shall we go? Do we have a quest to pick up? Dragoon quests. Where are you? Disciple War job quest. We've only done one Isle of Dragoon quest. Okay, so that means that we need to head to good old Cathis, Camp Dragonhead. We shouldn't be here anyway. We're literally like we're framed for regicide here in Ulda. So well, we have a bunch of quest markers here for some reason. Dropped out Shiva, Blood for Star. Okay, so yeah, it's the hard and extreme mode stuff. Gale Force warning. What's that one? Coming to Ishgard. Oh yeah, that's the next MSQ. We're not gonna be doing that. No, we need to do Lance of Fury. Let's hop on trusty old Quintania. Feels good to be back though. Like, sure, we've been playing this game off stream on our main, of course, but like, it's not quite the same when you don't have like, I mean, you spend like, I mean, we spent over 100 hours playing as Tinderbox on stream, you know, so like, it all becomes very personal very quickly. There. Hello, Moto. Alright, let's get going. And we did pick a bad day for this, considering our throat hurts so much. We're gonna be doing a lot of reading, but that's okay. Let's hell up a bit. It happens. We gotta change the chat layout real quick because it's kind of difficult to see what it's saying. Which one did we normally have? Final Fantasy 14. I think it might be this one. Let's see. 5, 4, 3. Yeah, I think that's the one we normally have. Although, wow, that text is way too big. Hold on. Let's fix that. Much nicer. Ooh. Just pouring ourselves some to drink because, as we said, our throat hurts and we're gonna have a lot of reading to do. So, let's get going. Oh, probably need to tab back into the game. It's pleasing to see how readily the dragon stirs within you. You show great potential, Tinderbox. Potential may well prove the difference between victory and defeat. Is this the voice we gave him? We have no idea. Stinian is no ordinary dragoon. Even when set against the legendary Azores of ages past, the man is considered second to none. Such is his prowess. In fact, such is his prowess, in fact, the day he was chosen by the Eye, it was proclaimed that Haldrath the Dragon's Eye had been reborn. I mean not to disparage your skills, Tinderbox, but to pursue a Stinian in your current state would be tantamount to suicide. As promised, I shall train you in the way of the dragoon, that you may face Stinian as an equal. Before we commence, however, it's only fitting that you are edified regarding our origins. It all began a millennium past, when our forebears resided in the southern plains in humble circumstances. The Fury, impressed by the spirit of our ancestors, decided it was meet that she make them her own. So did she appear before Haldrath's sire, a man of courage and integrity named Thordan, and bade him lead her people to the promised land, to what would become the great nation of Ishgard. Their journey brought them to a wide chasm, whereupon Thordan and his people set to building a bridge. It was then that the dark shadow descended upon them, the great worm Nidhogg. Heedless of his own safety, Thordan fearlessly charged at the colossal beast. Alas, he was pushed into the chasm by one of his own, a man seduced by the worm, and fell to his death. Taking up his slain sire's land... Why isn't this a cutscene? If they're gonna talk this much, at least give us a nice angle to look at it from. Taking up his slain sire's lance, Haldrath hurled himself at Nidhogg, even as tears streamed down his face. The confrontation ended when a young man, his hand guided by Halone, landed a mighty thrust that priced out Nidhogg's eye. With a terrible roar of pain, the great worm took wing and fled, while jubilation reigned below. Ishgard's priceless relic is none other than the eye taken from Nidhogg that day. It is a veritable wellspring of dragoon power. Even so removed from its owner, it can exert control over the hearts of men. Haldrath himself felt its malign influence, but his love of justice brooked no corruption, and he prevailed over that power, claiming it for his own, and so it was the first Azure Dragoon was born. Being derived from our foe, the power of the dragon is a thing to be loathed. But as Haldrath proved to us all, so long as our hearts burn with justice, we need not fear being taken in its thrall. Holy shit, this guy is japping. But what is justice precisely? Justice assumes many shapes and forms, Tinderbox, and none can say that one is greater than another. So long as you hold fast to your beliefs and stay true to yourself, you leave no room for the power of the dragon to master you. But enough of history, let us return our attention to the present. A knight by the name of Sir Brucemont will see to the next stage of your training. Seek him out at Witchdrop. Oh, we forgot to set the mood lighting. Hold on. Let's get that. Let's see. Oh, I might. Hello? Is the hub we use to change color while lighting not connected? Oh, guess it has to stay yellow then. Oh well. Not the end of the world. Oh god, now I have way too many things on here. Hold on. Let's get rid of all these things that we don't want to do right now. Blood for stone. Where's blood for stone? God, there's still way too much stuff on here. Blood. Wait, why are they here? They still. Wait, they remain on your minimap even if you. Oh, what's the point then? The journal really needs reworking. Like, we try not to be one who complains too much about, like, the old shit remaining in these games, because for the most part we think people are way too whiny about that. But, like, there are some stuff that's like, why? Why does the journal work like this? Wait, where's the... Oh, okay, oh, it's over there, okay. Hello, Lamu. You sure can. We got this dragon from, actually, this dragon might be Chocobo feathers, now that I think about it. But the dragon is from the Binding Call of Bahamut. It's Twintania. Yeah, where's this guy? Oh, of course. Guy is down there. Hello, guy. Come on. So the adventurer seeks to become a dragoon. Ha! Sir Alberic speaks of legends and chosen ones, but I would see you prove yourself in a more practical fashion. With your lance, defend yourself! Okay. Oh, not against you, okay. We're death case, okay. Wait, how do we set the... Hold on, we need to remember our controls. That's self-target. That's self... Where's our lock-on? Where's our lock-on? We want our lock-on. Aw. Okay, hold on. This won't do. This won't do. You keep going with auto attacks while we figure out our lock-on. Where is it? System? No. Movement. Lock camera. Num 0. Oh. Oh, there it is. Nice. Okay, cool. Alright, that's why we don't have confirm on num 0. Right, now I remember. Is that it? You have some skill, I will give you that. And the glow of your soul crystal. Perhaps Sir Alberic was not wrong about you after all. Now return to him. Your training here is complete. That's it? That's fucking it? Ugh. Oh, we don't have flash breakfast. Aww. When do you get flash breakfast? Was that an event thing? It might have been an event thing. We love flash breakfast. What mounts do we have on this character? It's been too long. I don't remember. All the pre-order ones, of course, but like... Any non-pre-order ones? Or the deluxe edition ones? Not really. Oh well. Solar Dragon grows ever stronger within you, Tinderbox. Clearly your trial was a rousing success, and you only observe your crystal to know as much. Yes, though you have only just begun to walk the path of the Dragoon, it is clear you possess the talent to become Estinian's equal. Go forth and make the powers you obtain your own. When the time is right, we shall proceed with your training. Okay. By the way, have you played a game called Don't Stop Girly Pop? It's maybe one of the dolls, the character is non-binary. It's like Ultrakill with Fruitier Arrow Y2K aesthetics. I recommend, and demo is free. We haven't played it. We know of it. We've been following its development, sort of. We'll be honest, we don't know if it's a game for us. It looks cool, but we tend to not vibe super well with the quote-unquote boomer shooter, you know? But if there's a free demo, then we might check that out. You grow ever stronger, and I speak of more than just the flesh. Aye, you are slowly but surely realizing your potential as an Azure Dragoon. It is heartening to look upon, though I must confess that our presiding feeling is one of relief. You must understand, the mere thought that the eye would choose an outsider, one who ill comprehends the threat posed by the dragons, filled me with the gravest of misgivings. Yet you have... but I shall say no more, lest flattery impede your improvement. Now, during our last lesson, I enlightened you regarding the origins of dragoons. You will recall how Haldrath heroically triumphed over the great worm Nidhogg, and Ishgard came into possession of the Eye. Tell me, Tinderbox, do you believe that these events truly transpired, or are you inclined to think them fairy tales? I ask you this because few folk have seen dragons in the flesh besides we Ishgardians, and most would as soon dismiss them as products of the imagination. Alas, dragons are no less real than you and I, with Nidhogg perhaps the most real of all. In the course of its history, Ishgard has suffered a creature's wrath on 8 separate occasions. Each time the great worm rouses, the blood of countless Ishgardians is spilled. Let us revisit the past once more, Tinderbox. This time is 20 summers past, in the place Dravania. God damn, this guy's history lessons are so long-winded. It is kind of funny. It is really funny to imagine people who don't believe dragons are real in this universe. Because, like, this is different from, like, you know, cryptids in our world, or even, like, religion in our world. This is more like people who, like, not believing dragons are real would be like believing airplanes aren't real. You know? Like, they're not rare in this world. You can just see them. You can just go to, like, virtually any part of the world and meet dragons. I mean, we didn't even need to, like, include later continuity, like there's a dragon that rules a country, but, like, we can ignore that. We can just stick to, like, a Realm Reborn era. Like, if we looked up in the sky around here for like 5 minutes, we would see dragons, you know? So it's really funny to imagine being like, dragons don't exist. Like, it's a very particular level of tinfoil hat that you rarely see in fantasy, we think. After a century in slumber, Nidhogg awakened once more to resume his reign of terror. Entire villages were razed to the ground, their inhabitants reduced to smoldering ash. Sensing the great worm's unbridled rage, others of its kind began to rouse, and in such numbers as to blot out the sun with their wings, a deep, foreboding darkness swept over Ishgard. Raging infernos painting the belly of the sky an angry red, the agonized screams of innocents fading into deathly silence. In my station, as the Azure Dragoon, I was there through it all, bore witness to all the horrors. But there was no time to offer even a silent prayer. Nidhogg lingered in one place only long enough to lay it to waste, and when he took wing, so too did I pursue him, a man possessed. This game of cat and mouse continued for what seemed like an eternity before I found myself face to face with the great worm. The battle unfolded in a tiny settlement on the edge of Curtis, raging on for 3 days and 3 nights, with neither side being able to gain a decisive advantage. Remaining on my feet by sheer force of will, I realized that it must end now, as it shouldn't end well. Marshalling my last ounce of strength, I weighed it all on a single thrust. My lance struck home, burying deep in the ruin of my opponent's empty eye socket, yet before I could withdraw my weapon, the worm lashed out wildly in its agony, dealing a blow that left me sprawled upon the scorched earth, nigh insensate. In that instant, I thought myself surely doomed, but Halonian was not finished with me. Having lost the taste of battle, Nidhogg let loose a blood-curdling roar before fleeing to the sky. The battle was over. But I did not perish from my injuries. They rendered my body unfit to bear the power of the dragon, and I was a sure dragoon no more. Lying bedridden, my thoughts wandered to all the innocent lives that had been lost, the people I had failed to protect. The last conflict with the dragons of Dravania left countless orphans in its wake. Estinian is one of them, the sole survivor of Ferndale, the final village to suffer Nidhogg's wrath. Dude, please, just get to the point. What's your relationship with dragons? Do you like them? Is it your favorite creature? You're just kind of indifferent. I'm mostly kind of indifferent, honestly. We think they're cool. Dragons are cool, but like, on the like scale of fantasy creatures, they're like pretty much as basic as you get. We like when there's like new stuff done with them. We like how they're aliens in Final Fantasy, for example. Like in Final Fantasy 14, they're literally from another planet. That's kind of fun. But for the most part, we don't really care super much for dragons. With none left to care for him, I did the only thing I could. I took Estinian as my own son, instructing him in the way of the dragoon when he was of an age to learn. Yet I would not have you think me noble. My actions were born not of compassion but of guilt. My guilt at having failed him. Why would we think you noble for taking a war orphan and training him to be a soldier? Like, feel like fighting the dragons is the last thing you should push him towards, but okay, that's just us. But alas, I have also failed him as a father. What manner of man did I bring him up to be? A thief, who would endanger the life of every one of his countrymen. Ah, you heard me right. All of Ishgard may suffer for his crime. Though we know little and less of the minds of the dragons, it is conceivable that the disturbance surrounding his stolen isle roused Nidhogg to awaken once more. That his kin have always stirred from their slumber serves as fair warning of that. Time is not on our side. Fortunately, it would seem you are more than ready to embark on your next trial. Make your way to Witchdrop. Again? With a knight Hostin with a knight Hostin awaits your arrival. My nation is depending on you, the tinderbox. Why doesn't this job quest line have cutscenes? They're just like, no, we don't want to use that one. Let's use a chocobo. It's like they're not they're just kind of standing there talking, like, when we did the like the paladin quest line is not super good, but at least they don't have as much as standing in one place talking. Oh, pressing the wrong button. Okay, it's also gonna be in a cave. Looks like the answer is yes. We've done this quest before, but it's been forever since we did it, so we don't remember. Oh, hello. Oh yeah, this thing. Oh, elusive jump. Where do we want that? Hold on. Piercing talon, jump, full thrust, arm sling. Arm sling should be down here. That doesn't feel right. Hold on. Oh, okay, let's keep it there for now. You're the one who would aspire to be a Shard Dragoon? Why, you are not even a wish god. If you truly possess the power that Sir Alberic sees in you, then prove it to me with your lance. On God! Oh. Okay. When do you get an AoE as a lancer? Sorry, as a dragoon. That strength! I've not seen it. I've not seen its like since Justinian himself stood before me. Mayhaps Sir Alberic has the right of it after all. Return and show your crystal to him. I have no doubt he will be pleased. Okay. You say so. What's your favorite fantasy creature that you think is underutilized in the genre? Oh, that's a good question. I mean, we stand by that pixies are extremely underutilized in serious fantasy. People only want them in silly, like, comedy situations. And we mean, like, proper pixies, proper, like, mischievous assholes will curse your life forever pixies. But there's also stuff like kelpies are fun. Kelpies are very underutilized. And you have some like Scandinavian creatures that are pretty underutilized too, like Skogsrået. Basically like a forest spirit. It's interesting. There's a lot of forest spirits in Scandinavian folklore. That are interesting and sadly don't have much of a presence, both in like Swedish and Scandinavian fantasy, but also like international stuff. Gargoyles, yeah, that's a great one. Gargoyles are great. Well, that's actually why we really like that there's a gargoyle in Deadlock, Ivy. We actually started like forming, so we started working on a an original fantasy story. Like modern day setting fantasy thing. And in here we actually have a gargoyle character. Don't want to say too much about it, but yeah, right now the characters that are defined is like gargoyles, Medusa, vampires, etc. It's like a list of beings here that are involved in it. It's literally that story. We were literally like we had a really long ass period of sleep for once, and we basically dreamt a novel. Like we dreamt events and lore and everything, but like we dreamt it as if we were like looking at it from like a detached perspective. Like we saw the story unfold, but we were like studying it for inspiration in the dream. And we woke up and was like, holy shit, we need to write all of this down now. And we did. We haven't actually started like writing on it properly yet, but like we think there's some really interesting potential there, and we're definitely blame or thank Deadlock to some degree for putting us in the sort of urban gothic fantasy like mindset, because that's definitely like after we started playing that was when it happened. But yeah. Yeah, so like the gargoyle in this story, for example, spent literally centuries as just a statue decoration. She was alive for the entirety of that. But she sat for like 200 years or something, just standing perfectly still. And then was like, I'm kind of bored of this now. I want to see what else is out there. And that's how one thing led to another, and like we that character in particular, we came up with like we wanted to explore from the concept of like, how does age factor, how do you like determine the age of a being that is, you know, created in its fully developed form. But yeah, we're not gonna talk too much about the ideas that we have there, because then we will just end up sitting here talking about a story that we intend to write at some point, which is not great content. You passed yet another trial with flying colors, Tinderbox. The day when you may stand before Justinian as an equal is not far off. When that day comes, the eye will choose you over the traitor. I have no doubt of this, but you must be patient still. For now, you must continue your training. You can do no more on your own. Seek me out once more. Yeah, I think we actually have to like level now. Start an AoE. Yes, we have an AoE. Okay, we need to level. Let's see. We have a hunting log. Let's do our hunting log first and foremost. Let's do a hunting log while we queue in for a roulette. Okay, so we need to head to White Brim, Providence Point. Yeah. That's really cool. Yeah, Gargoyles is honestly a great pick for like the underutilized ones. Exactly. No, we agree. That is very much something we find interesting too. Oops, accidentally went to party chat. How many do we need to kill for this? 5? 4. Discord is kind of shit in the bed right now, really? What's going on Discord? Messages, images are loading for me right now is super slow. Really? That's odd. Okay, what we're looking for in White Brim? The Battleur. Okay. Oh, we should have our bird out. Oh. Yay! Come on, a fun dungeon, a fun dungeon, a fun dungeon. There are worse dungeons to get. Do we have our best armor on? No. Hold on, I need to eat something before we start. Oh, we don't have any good... Do you not have any good fucking food? Oh wow, okay, no, fuck that then. Zoom out a little bit. But this dungeon is a little bit annoying with space. Oh, now we can spam the AoE attack. That's nice. By the way, did we get the speech bubbles for the party chat earlier? We weren't paying attention, so maybe we didn't see if we did or not. Because since we last played, they've added speech bubbles, like in Friendster Online, which we like. Since we last played on stream, that is. Still play on our main. But, yeah. Let us know if we need to alter the volume or anything, by the way, because we haven't really. Yeah, as we said, we haven't been streaming Final Fantasy 14 for a hot minute, so we don't have everything set up properly, perhaps. Running? We're not running. Okay. We are running. We're not running. Okay. Decide. What's the eyes on the Manticore? Is it? It's blue out, purple in, right? Blue out, purple in. Yeah, because ice is out and purple is, yeah, the ring. So like, yeah. Up. From here? Nope. Jump. Yay! Wait, are we not seeing any any like text boxes? Is that like a setting we need to activate? Hold on. UI. Nothing here. What else could it be in? HUD. It's not here. Log window? No. Where the hell do you set the fun little speak word balloons? Where do you set them? We have them on our main, so like... It should be in the HUD settings. That would make sense. Because it's a HUD thing. So why is it not here? We're so confused. What? Why no funny text boxes? Is it a system thing? Other. No. No. Nothing here should matter. Maybe you can only see text boxes if you're like talking with friends? But that doesn't seem accurate. That's not how you remember it working. And it still wouldn't make sense as to why we can't even see it as an option here. Huh. Very odd. I had an insane idea for this game, but unfortunately I don't have the reach to pull it off. But with how Rap have been doing a challenge run, yeah. Maybe we could do Twitch plays Final Fantasy 14. Probably. I think the main issue is we don't think there's enough of a like interest in doing it strictly chat commands the way Wrath is doing. But you can absolutely do Twitch plays Final Fantasy 14 and like allow inputs, you know? In fact, that might even have been done already. Not entirely sure. Like if people can do Twitch plays Dark Souls and beat the game, you can do Twitch plays Final Fantasy 14. Like absolutely. Of course, Dark Souls they did pause the game every few frames, admittedly, which you can't do with an online game. But yeah. The real trick, though, would be to have 4 separate channels doing Twitch plays Final Fantasy 14. Have them exclusively be able to play together and see if they could beat the game. You don't need to go that way. Is this your first time? All right. Let's go. Hi. Okay, let's see. Blue out, purple in. What's movement? Blue. Move out. Purple. Move in. Yeah. No, the text boxes don't show up. Now we specifically looked for them. Okay, gotta look into that after the dungeon. Blue. Violet. Staying inside. Blue, okay. Good RNG this time. Haven't gotten two of the same ones in a row, which can sometimes be annoying. Us to store that motherfucker. Oh, okay. Oh. Almost killed. Woohoo! Good job, everyone. We're gonna give it to, you know what? We're gonna give it to Trina. Go. Hey, one play combination. Okay, now let's figure out why doesn't test. No, we don't get it here either. Okay, how do you activate the chat boxes? How to activate text balloons Final Fantasy 14. Character config, log window setting, general chat bubble enable. What? They're in the log window settings? Why are they in the log window settings? Jesus fucking Christ. There are no party members. God damn it. There we go. Hey, level 45. Nice. Good. Okay. Let's kill a few more of these things. Why can't you do party speak when you're not in a party? Like, just allow the player to talk to themselves. Come on. Yay! Okay, let's go get some stuff in the Central Shroud next. Yes, we could just go get the quest right now, but fuck it, we want to actually do the hunting log. Because we enjoy doing the hunting log. We missed the hunting log. Bring back the hunting log, Square Enix. That's one player in the entire world. Okay. Friggin' understanding courses. And the other one is by Hawk Manor. So let's head to Hawk Manor. Speaking of Final Fantasy, there's a rumor that, okay, it's not even a rumor, it's a guess. People are guessing that Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 is gonna get officially revealed on Thursday. Sony is holding a 1 hour long state of play, the longest state of play they've ever held. All of the other Final Fantasy Remake thingies have either been shown at Sony's press conferences first, at E3, or at the State of Play. So, it wouldn't be out of place, but we'll see. We will be doing a live react, of course. We do always love watching the State of Plays. We do find them generally more entertaining for our interest than the Nintendo Directs are. with some exceptions. Personally, want to know if the Final Fantasy IX remake is gonna be there or not, though, because that's the one that's like very confusing right now. Like, we know there was a Final Fantasy IX remake in development. It was like leaked by every like possible to confirm source there was. Like, it showed up in Square's own database, for fuck's sake. Like, they can't even like worm their way out of it being like a hoax or something. But it's always possible it was cancelled, you know? So maybe it doesn't exist anymore. It was kind of strange how like Final Fantasy XIV went all in on like celebrating Final Fantasy IX with the last expansion, and then you also had like the Final Fantasy IX anniversary just kind of come and go, and a bunch of like remix project, music remix projects that came out as well, and no word on the remake. And the remake leaked originally in like 2020, I want to say like 2021. So it's been a while. Eastern La Nocia time. But who knows? If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So be it. I also wonder when they're gonna, when we're gonna get the first glimpse of Final Fantasy 17. Because like, sure, Square hasn't said that's in development, but let's be real, it's in development. They're always working on the next Final Fantasy. But right now we really don't know anything. Like, is it gonna be like which people do they have eyed for it? Which engine are they gonna go with? Because like, it seems now that Final Fantasy has mostly been like settled into the Unreal Engine like every other franchise, but who knows? As much as we didn't like Final Fantasy 16, in fact we think it's a really bad game, we have to admit though, they did make really good use of their engine. It is one of the prettiest games we've ever seen. And it runs great. Like, it runs really, really good on the PS5. We don't even have a PS5 Pro or anything, just a regular PS5. And, yeah. Who knows? Do you think the Scions would view Jimmy Åkesson as part as a threat to the world and deal with them? No. The Scions haven't bothered doing anything about Ul'dah inventing racism for the sake of commerce, or any other like they are so like hands off when it comes to like dealing with local politics. It's kind of ridiculous. They pulled like the, it's like they pull the Star Trek Prime Directive excuse every time they have to deal with something uncomfortable on a local level. They only care to like step in when it's when it directly involves them, or if it's an invading force. Yeah, the Jedi Order is actually a very good comparison. Okay, we're heading to the Sagoli Desert, which is not that one, it's the other one. But like, eventually they would, you know, like, let's say that, like, because like, for those who don't know, those who aren't Swedes, Jimmy Åkesson is the leader of the Swedish Nazi Party. If you ask them, that's not the case, but if you ask anyone with a fucking brain, that's what they are. Oh, we should have gone to, oh, whatever. And obviously, like, if they were to grow into, like, the force of, like, the Guardian Empire, then they would probably do something. Hey, to be fair, Moto, Obi-Wan did say to be cautious of Palpatine. That's as far as they went in regards to actually like saying anything about what he was doing. Sundrake and smoke bombs. Sundrake and smoke. That's a smoke bomb. Probably do another leveling dungeon while we're at it. We'll do it after we'll do that after this hunting rank. Okay, Sundrakes. Where are the Sundrake actually? There's only worms here. Walk without rhythm. You won't. That's right. The worm. Could do a fate for XP, but meh. Don't really feel like it. Where are the drakes? Ah. There they are. Oh. Got that we don't have dismount on that key. How many do we need to? 4. Okay. And one more. And thank you. Do we have anything else in Southern Dunland? Outer Lenosha, South Shroud, North Shroud, and Eastern Dunland. Okay. Let's head to Outer Lenosha then. What do you think of mandatory age verification on Discord for all users? So we think Discord's approach to it is really bad, but we do want to make it clear it's you only you won't be asked for the verification unless there are 18 plus channels you're trying to access. It's still bad. The whole fucking let us scan your face thing that every fucking thing is doing now is gross for so many reasons. But it's also one of those things where like, guess it could be worse, you know? Oh, hello, this is perfect. But yeah, no, like, the way every fucking company, like, wants to store your face for shit now is... And we're so deep into the fucking dystopia bubble by now, and it's like... No, like, none of the companies are even trying to hide things anymore. They just, like... They just straight up go, like, they ask for your permission. Because they know that you have to say yes. Because you have to rely on their services. And it's like... Yeah, we hate it. We hate it. Of course, as someone who has always hated Discord, it's very difficult to not be the, well, y'all should have listened to us about it, but yeah. Hey, the sooner the fucking Web 3.0 and social media bubbles can pop and we can go back to fucking forums, the better. And yeah, we know that will never actually happen. Gosh darn it, we're gonna keep our attitude that it will going just in case. Oh yeah, like it's never anything productive. Like it's... Yeah. No, they just want it for the sake of having it, pretty much. Oh hey, we got the most boring guild house possible. Let's go! Oh, our profile image isn't set. Yep. You know what we're amazed at? Of all the things AI sucks at, you know what we didn't think, but it would mean modern large language learning models with deep learning and stuff. Of all the things we thought that we would be bad at, one thing we didn't think they would be bad at was just playing chess. Like, the thing that computers have been doing better than humans for like 30 years, if you ask any chatbot to play chess, they will forget the rules and start cheating within 10 moves. And it's like, how do you make a computer that is bad at processing information that is like, retaining rather, the information that it's like famously good at doing? I know the answer is well because it's a completely different thing and they don't work the same way, but like, if that doesn't tell you how like far away from like any semblance of intelligence we are with what they're calling AI, it's like, we don't know. Okay, South Shroud next. Ballistic Along and Snake Molt. Okay. Nice. Come on, a fun dungeon. Fun dungeon. That's about as far away from a fun dungeon you can get. Well, could be worse. Could be Aurum Vale. Then again, Aurum Vale isn't even like funny bad anymore because they've changed how it works. But oh well. It's like good music. Oh, we don't have an AoE. No. Oh, how we missed the old ARR dungeons, because even though they were annoying, they were interesting, and now they're just boring. We saw a real hot take yesterday on the subject of Final Fantasy 14 dungeons. Someone who had been playing since at least 2.0 launch, maybe even 1.0, not entirely sure, but at the very least since REBORN launched in 2013, said that the dungeon they hated the most in 2013 to play through was not the 1,000 Miles of Todorok, it was not Aurum Vale, it was not Zamal Darkhold, it was not Stone Vigil. No, the dungeon they hated playing through the most was the Tamtara Deep Crop. And we were like, damn, we've never heard that opinion. That is that is such a hot take. We respect the hell out of it. We can't agree, but like, damn. Really? Tamtara? That's like the most inoffensive dungeon possible. Because at first we thought they were talking about just the first three, right? Like they were talking about three like learning dungeons. So Sastasha, Tamtara Deepcroft, and Copperbell Mines. And we were gonna say like, personally we think Copperbell Mines was worse. But we asked, like, do you mean like the starting three, or do you mean all of Realm Reborn? And they're like, no, all of Realm Reborn. Tamtara Deepcroft's work. And we're like, you sure you don't mean the 1,000 Miles of Todorok? Like, we mix them up sometimes. No. I mean the Tamtara Deepcroft, the one with the Mind Slayer. Like, oh, okay. Okay. Sastasha is bad when it comes to teaching players how dungeons work now. Because they changed how dungeons work. Back when dungeons relied on enemy routing for XP, Sastasha was great because it introduced the concept of alternative rooms. But they've done away with that now. So it's like, okay. Now it's just a oddly shaped dungeon instead. But they couldn't know that back in 2013, obviously. Yeah, these days you get a set amount of XP when you finish a step in a dungeon. Most of the time it's the bosses. But it used to be that you got XP for every single mob, which meant that in a level like Sastasha, you were supposed to go into your optional rooms and do the stuff that aren't required if you wanted to get maximum XP. That was the best way to get XP. But people insisted on not doing that because it took too long. So they changed how XP works, and in so doing, they made basically all of the optional rooms in Sastasha just a waste of time. Personally, what we would have done is we would just made the optional rooms mandatory. Actually, no, what we would have done is we would have randomized which room you get the key in when you get to the large open area. Much like how the red, green, and blue is randomized at the start. We would have randomized it so that like you have to find the guard that drops the key rather than it always being the same guard. That way you would have reason to go look in the other cells. And then we would put a minion in the room, a minion chest in the room with the captives that you can free. Or just don't make that optional, because it's very strange that freeing the slaves is an optional thing. But again, it was 2013, they hadn't quite figured out how people wanted to play dungeons in this game. MMOs changed a lot in the early 2010s. Like these days, we think about it, like these days, MMOs have kind of been stagnant for like the past 10 years or so. Most of the things is just kind of working the same way as it did in 2016. But like between 2002, when Final Fantasy XI dropped, and Heavensward in 2015, the meta around how people play MMOs would change like every 2 years. So it was kind of impossible to like plan ahead for how people would be playing. It's interesting, you know? God, this dungeon is boring and short now. At least you don't have to deal with slowdowns every few seconds. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though. Wall-to-wall tech was not supposed to be a thing early on. Well, starting with Heavensward, they like kind of specifically stopped doing like actual dungeon layouts. After that, they just like everything just kind of became a reskin of the same dungeon, which we don't really like, but apparently that's what people want. Oh well. With that said, we do think the actual fights in and of themselves have remained memorable and good throughout all of the expansions. Okay, North Shroud. House of the Dead. We wish we liked it more than we do, honestly. We find it kind of boring. We like the story in it, with Edda and everything, but like we don't super care for playing it. It's good XP, but like we avoid it as much as possible. Same thing with the other deep dungeons. Well, the newest one is kind of fun. I forget what it's called. The newest one is kind of fun. No, if it comes to like side content like that, we like the variant dungeons a lot more, actually. The variant dungeons are really fun. How many do we need to kill? 4. Okay. But yeah, like the deep dungeon they put into Stormblood, what was called Heaven on High. That one we might have played that like 4 times in total since it came out. Maybe 4 times, because like we just don't care, honestly. Not interesting. Okay, we have one thing left in this rank. We have Mirror Knights. Okay. In terms of like side content, we like with Palace of the Dead. It's like we think if it was more fun to do solo, we would like it a lot more. But we think it's really it's so punishing to do solo that it feels like it's not worth it. And we don't know, like when we play as a group, we would rather play pretty much anything else. So like, the island is really fun. We really like what is it actually called? Hold on. Island Sanctuary. We did a stream when we started playing Island Sanctuary a while back. It's been a while since we did it now, because we haven't been playing Final Fantasy that much. Before there was a time when we had everything. We had like 100%ed the content in Island Sanctuary. It's good shit. Like, it's not for everyone. It requires a lot of patience. And waiting in real time, but like we like that kind of thing. We like when a game forces you to take a break. It's why, like, we talked about this before, but like one of the favorite things about Final Fantasy XI is that healing takes time. So like most of the time you have to take actual rests between battles. Like you'll fight with your party, you'll fight some enemies, and then you'll just sit down. You just sit down together to rest. And you might have to rest for a minute or two to get back to full health. And it's like, that doesn't fly in a modern game. Because people want everything to be like at reach of their fingertips at all times. They want you to be able to get into the next bit of content. But we love just the idea of like, no. Take your time, engage with this at the pace it's supposed to be engaged with. Like, oh, you're low on health? Well, sit down. Talk with your friends for a bit. Like, it's nice. So, like, Island Sanctuary reminds us a little bit of that, because Island Sanctuary, a lot of things rely on real-time clock things, and also waiting for things to get built or finished. So you spend a lot of time just kind of like going in there, being like, oh, this is going to take an hour to get finished. I'm going to go like harvest some materials, and I'm just going to sit down and wait for it to be done. And like, we like that. We find it very relaxing. Okay, we're now in the final rank. We're going to head back to Curtis. Like, we do the hunting logs because we find them fun, but like, it's so funny now how like the reward for hunting logs is like a special ring that you're meant to have like at level 50, but now you just get given basic You give him better gear, like just for getting to that point in the story, so it's completely useless now. I didn't like 7% after leveling to the cap. I just didn't feel engaged to do much more. Yeah, you played it very differently from how we played it. But we never hit level cap. Well, not in our most recent bout with it, at least. Like we the two of us played completely differently because we went very slowly, as kind of figuring things out by ourselves, just kind of like running into things and like bashing our head at the game until we found a way around things. You kind of like you used like a leveling guide or something, right? Because we remember being shocked that when you said that you like when you told us what level you were at, and we were like, how? How have you been doing that so fast? Because we spent like 20 hours not getting a fifth of the way you got in less. We're gonna just head to the bathroom real quick. Back in a sec. Okay, see, no, I specifically didn't. I even avoided expansion areas because I didn't want to go there before the story gets me there. The reason I did was which areas have which level of enemies, so I knew where I could find stuff. Really? That is interesting. That is really interesting because like we had such a different pace of getting through that game that we just assumed that you used some kind of guide. Yeah, that is interesting. Which class did we play? Oh, that's a good question. God, it's been a while now. We were supposed to unlock Dark Knight. We remember that being like a goal, but we don't think we ever got there. Did we? Oh, we forgot that Final Fantasy XI screenshots don't have the HUD on. Yeah, these screenshots aren't really helping us. Playlists. Where's Final Fantasy XI? There's our Final Fantasy XI archive. Okay, we started with When do you pick your starting class? Let's see. Face. This means it's after the cosmetics. Yeah, it's we played warrior. We think, yeah, warrior, and then we unlock Dark Knight. Oh well, let's go. Impeccable timing, Tinderbox. A message arrived from Estinian but moments ago. Much to my astonishment. Sorry, let's read that one again. That was a terrible reading. A message arrived from Estinian but moments ago. Much to my astonishment, he would trade words with us and bids us meet him at Boulder Downs. As to his true intentions, I cannot say. It may well be a trap, but we must go nonetheless. I trust I can count upon your company. Sure, we just glad you didn't have a fucking history lesson this time. Let's go! Boulder Downs is over here, right? Yeah. Oh, it's this cutscene. I remember this cutscene. Hold on, we're just gonna... Do we have our best... No. There we go. Greetings, Master. It has been too long. Stinian, end this folly at once. You must know that each second the eye passes outside Ishgar's walls brings it close to a repeat of the tragedy of 20 summers past. Surrender yourself on the eye, and return with me to Ishgard before it's too late. Ah, but it's already too late, Master. We see Nidhogg has already awakened. What? Hear me, Master. You have mistaken the cause for the dragon's return. Hold on, let me just get that screenshot. Hear me, Master. You have mistaken the cause for the dragon's return. The eye is not to blame. Premonition came to me by virtue of the dragon within, warning me that the great worm would soon rouse. Even as he slumbered, Nidhogg seethed with irrepressible rancor for that wound of 20 years ago. That rancor will send him flying as a speeding arrow to Ishgard, whereupon death and devastation will ensue. But there is a possible solution. Were the AI to take to a remote land? Wow, what happened with the pronunciation there? Were the eye to take... Were the eye taken to a remote land, far from the Holy See? Then, and only then, could destruction be averted and the lives of innocent Ishgardians be spared. You mean to make a bait of yourself? Nay, there is more to this than you let on. You seek vengeance for Ferndale. To me the two are one and the same. You know my past better than anyone else. It was for no other reason than to avenge my family that I became a dragoon. Dragoons long outlive men and do not soon forget. Dragons long outlive men and do not soon forget the wrongs done to them. What grudge they harbor burns as a fire in their hearts, over time swelling into an unquenchable inferno. You need only look back on history to see that Nidhogg grows stronger with each awakening. When last he darkened the skies, the great worm came within a hair's breadth of laying waste to Ishgard. Not short of death would prevent him from completing his mission when next he wakes. Nidhogg took everything from me. Now I shall take everything from him, even if it means my life. The eye works in ways men can ill comprehend, but this much is plain. In choosing two Azure Dragoons in one generation, it means for us to join together in common cause. Adventurer, you've heard my resolution. Now I ask you lend me your power. Aye, the power of the dragon. In the long and proud history of Ishgard, never before have two Azure Dragoons arisen in the same era to fight as one. This is our best, nay, our only chance to send the great worm to eternal slumber. Behold my armor. This is the Drachenmail, forged in the lifeblood of dragons. As blood calls to blood, so too does the armor call to the dragon within, redoubling the wearer's strength thereby. If you would realize your potential as an Azure Dragoon, you must need clad yourself in the same. However, you have to show your midriff, because you're a woman. Clad so, you will inherit the technique passed from Azure Dragoon to Azure Dragoon down to the generations. Then, and only then, will your training be complete. But first, you must win the Drachenmail, as I and Sir Alberic did before you, by proving yourself worthy in the ultimate trial of the Azure, a series of battles so harrowing to send the unworthy to an early demise. Master, once the adventurer acquires the armor, pray see to it that she learns to harness the power of the dragon in full. Estinian, wait! Save your worries. I do not mean to make myself easy prey for dragons. I take my leave of you. Did you use those NPC helpers? Do you mean the trusts? Or like, which ones? Like, we used NPC helpers, but like that depends on which ones you're talking about. Trust. Yeah, no, we use trusts. We will probably do a Final Fantasy XI stream series at some point, just not anytime soon. We did one Final Fantasy XI stream, and we did have fun with that, but we need a better format for it. Also need like people to play with, probably, because it's not fun to do it solo. Unless you do an actual solo challenge. Estinian. Forgive me, I was deep in thought. Now then, as to acquiring the armor of which Estinian spoke. At first, it was my intention to bequeath mine own armor to you. I am an Azure Dragoon no longer, and its powers are wasted on me. It would be simple enough to hand it over to you and complete your training right here and now. But it is, as Estinian said, the Drachen armor is no ordinary set of mail. Its strength derives from the dragon blood whence it came, the blood's power resonating with the soul of the wearer. Though I can no longer draw upon mine own armor's power, its bond to me was forged years ago. Were I to bestow it on you now, I fear it would offer but a scintilla of the protection it afforded me in those bygone days. Aye, Estinian has the right of it. You must claim your armor as he and I did before you. You must complete the trials of the Azure, that the powers of dragon blood be yours and yours alone. The ogre's belly will be where your final test begins. I shall dispatch Sir Brucemont there. Seek him out upon your arrival. Yeah, we unlocked Dark Knight in 11. We didn't get far into leveling Dark Knight. Yeah, we do really like 11. But like, so you know how like this year we're doing like all the single player Ultima games? That's like one of the things we're doing now. We will be doing a series playing through the single player Final Fantasies soon as well. After Ultima, or at least after most of Ultima. Similar to Ultima, it will be a case of both featuring old versions of games, as well as just strange versions of games. But in general, we want to play more Final Fantasy games on stream because like Final Fantasy is our favorite franchise. Was shocked how little Final Fantasy 11 stories engaged me. You're not the only one. A lot of the people I play, like we played with people from our Swedish free company, and like a lot of them felt the same. We felt very engaged with it, but we understand why it's not for everyone. That's for sure. You've grown strong since the last met adventurer, but you pale in comparison with your Azure forebears. If you were proving wrong, let your lance do the talking. Okay. Well, we have unspeaking swordsman. Okay. Hello. We do think they should do an offline version of Final Fantasy 11. And we don't just mean a literal offline version of Final Fantasy 11, like the same game, but you only play as trusts. Because if you want to do that, you can do that. Like you have to be online for it. You can do that. But we do think they should do what they did with Dragon Quest 10. Dragon Quest 10, they did like an offline RPG that is like more in the style of a traditional Dragon Quest game, but still retells the story. We think they should do that as like a separate version for Final Fantasy 11 to offer to people who like, because there's so many people who like talk to us about this when we talk about like Final Fantasy as a series. They always go like, "Oh, I would love to play Final Fantasy 11, but I bounce off of it. Like I've tried, but I bounce off of it. The gameplay style doesn't work. The online thing, I don't want to play the online thing. I just want to like experience the story, but I don't want to just watch cutscenes or read it. I want to play through it." And like we get that. And we would love it if there was like they could do it like the more lower budget RPGs they've been doing, like I Am Setsuna and stuff like that. They could do that, like that style of game, but just retelling Final Fantasy 11 story. But we're guessing, considering the Final Fantasy 11 remake got cancelled, they probably like feel they can't spend more money on a Final Fantasy 11 revival now. For those who don't know, there were plans for Final Fantasy 11 to get a mobile remake, the same way that Final Fantasy 14 has a mobile version now. It was deep in development. They had gone through several years of development. It was formally announced, and then it was cancelled because of quality concerns. And since then, Square has basically like not touched 11 at all. Once again, adventurer, you prove yourself worthy beyond my expectations. Take this. The Nordic tutorial has only just begun. The next challenge lies in the chamber beyond. Sir Hoskin awaits you there. Okay. You, a foreigner, would don the Drahanama? Then prove to us that you will not do it dishonor. Okay. Oh, we don't have our bird out. Sir Albrecht said I had chosen you, and would appear he speaks true. The armor is yours. Wear it with pride and honor. Your trial is nigh complete. Be forewarned, many before you have made it this far, only to fall at a final challenge. Do not let overconfidence be your downfall. They made it this far. Very well. Prove yourself worthy of the Azure, or die in the effort. Still waiting for them to like attack us, but nope. They always just somehow have another captive monster for us to attack. By the way, justice for the Gigas. Like, when the fuck are we gonna get the story of like doing right by the Gigas who have been fucking slaves for like centuries in Final Fantasy world? You demonstrated your powers to me beyond a doubt. You have demonstrated your powers to me beyond a doubt. Aye, there's not an Ishgardian who would gainsay your right to don the armor of dragons. I shall send word ahead to Sir Albrecht that you passed your trials here. It is he who will present you with the 4th piece of armor and consummate your training. Go now, my fair dragoon, and deliver this land from the great worm's wrath. Can we exit through here? Yes. Yeah, so yeah, for next year, much like we're doing with Ultima right now, we're gonna do a Final Fantasy single player game playthroughs. Now we won't do all the spin-offs there like we're doing with Ultima, because there's far too many. But we'll be doing all 14 of the single player mainline games. And probably a few fun spin-offs too. It is not the first time we decided to do something like that and then failed at it. In fact, this like Final Fantasy's 40th anniversary is coming up. Wait, is that correct? Yes. Next year is Final Fantasy's 40th anniversary, and we think the first time we were like, oh, we're gonna do a big like anniversary playthrough of all the single player Final Fantasies. The first time we said that was when it turned, what would that be? 25? 20, yeah, that would have been 2012, right? 2012 is when it turned 25. Yeah. So we have 15 years of failing to do that. We've done it every 5 years. We've started a, like, oh, now we're gonna play through all the games. But this is gonna be the first time we're doing it when, like, we're actually kind of a sort of consistent streamer. So hopefully it will be doable. Honestly, the main issue is gonna be having to get through fucking Final Fantasy 1. Because that game is boring as fuck! We said it before and we'll say it again. If you're gonna play Final Fantasy 1, play Stranger Paradise. We're joking. We're joking. Because you should actually play old games as old games, because otherwise you get an incorrect impression of what games are. But Stranger Paradise is our favorite version of Final Fantasy 1. Here from Sir Brucemont, you perform most impressively. Yes, I stand more convinced than ever that you will be the one to save our land. Yet be warned, Tinderbox, one last trial awaits you. You will face this trial in the presence not of knights, but of ghosts. Make your way towards the Steel Vigil, and seek out a gravestone north and west of the structure. take with you this flute, and when you reach your destination, blow a single strong note. A visitor shall soon arrive. Entertain your guest, and should he leave behind a present, return it here to me. Okay. Barrow Downs looks so fucking cool. Alright, take care, mother. Wait, where's the fucking... What? Wait, oh. Steel Vigil. Not Stone Vigil. God fucking... Ah! Hi, Ishgard. We'll be going to you next Final Fantasy XIV stream. Yay! Playing flute. Hi. Oh, okay, apparently we can fly over there. They're very inconsistent on what things you can fly over in REBORN areas. Hello, Albrecht. Your presence before me indicates you've seen to the visitor. Have you ought to show for your deeds? Yes. Ah, a skull of grey wine. Old warrior of the Drabonian horde, said that in ages past he could bring down a castle with a single breath. His strength has dwindled since those days, but a dragon passed his prowess of formidable foe nonetheless. In slaying him, you've proven yourself worthy of this. You now possess 4 pieces of the armor that Justinian, myself, and our forebears did wear. While you doubt this one about the 5th, I can tell you only that it is not mine to give. Fear not, however, your triumph in the trials, and against the dragon of the horde, gives evidence that Drachen blood now resonates with yours. Yes, you stand before me as prepared for your ultimate challenge as any could be. And yet, before we proceed, I would hear from your own lips. The great worm's power is the stuff of legends. Have you truly resolved to fight this battle? To risk your own life to deliver a foreign land from the clutches of its ancient foe? When you are certain that your mind is settled, return and speak to me. So you wish to join your strength to Justinian's, but Ishgard might be free from the rage of the great worm forevermore? Then I shall honor my promise. You shall have the full use of your powers by the time we are done. Before we begin, there's something I must confess. You will recall the tale of my battle with Nidhogg 20 years past, and how the power of the dragon left me on account of the injuries I sustained. What I said was an untruth. The power did not abandon me, Tinderbox. It was I who abandoned it. Being derived from my mortal enemies, the power of the Azure Dragoons is a double-edged sword. Even as it lends us the strength we need to smite dragons, it heightens our communion with the creatures, rendering our minds more susceptible to their seduction than ordinary men. Even as I buried my lance in Nidhogg's flesh, our gazes locked, and mine eyes met with the look that would fair impale a man. In that instant I found myself assailed by a torrent of emotions not mine own. Sorrow, rancor, pity, they have threatened to drown the man in me, and leave behind a dragon. Fearing that I might turn traitor, I chose to purge myself of the power that the eye had bestowed upon me. Thus regaining lucidity, I was able to rout the grievously wounded Nidhogg. Alas, countless of his brethren yet remained. As if to mock me, they fell upon Ferndale with a vengeance. Bereft of my power, it was all I could say but one child. Nary a soul knows of this, nay, not even Justinian, but I can keep him in the dark no longer. At the last meeting, Justinian said that protecting Ishgard and exacting revenge upon Nidhogg are as one to him. That frame of mind of fear may well lead to his demise. The desire to protect and the desire to avenge are opposing forces that can ill be reconciled. Worse, the latter serves only to cloud his sense of self. When next Justinian and I meet, I intend to confess all. Though it means the loss of his good opinion, the outcome of the coming battle, and his very life may very well depend upon his readiness to relinquish his powers. Never allow yourself to forget the origin of your strength. Ever does the dragon lurk behind your eyes, biding its time, ready to claim you for its own. Aught less than a complete conviction, and you will find yourself in its vice-like clutches. So forewarned, let us return to our present endeavor. My promise to Justinian was that I would impart unto you the technique that will mark you as a true Azure Dragoon. If you would know the truth, however, this knowledge is not within my power to bestow. Dude, you need to learn how to get to the point. No, you must claim the technique much as you claim the 4th piece of the armor you bear, by proving yourself in battle with the dragons, whose power you would unite with your own. I entrust you with this flute once more. Take it to the southwest of Providence Point and blow a single note. By locking wills with your adversary, and prevailing, you will prove yourself worthy to champion the cause to which your lance is sworn. The dragon within you shall then awaken. Holy crap. Albric might be the most long-winded character in a game full of long-winded characters. Like, jeez, he just keeps going and going and going about things. It would be one thing if they were presented in a more interesting way, but like they're not. Alright. Alright, Archaeo Avis. Let's dance. That was easy. Oh yeah, sightseeing log. That was another thing we were doing on this character. We had a bunch of like ones left to do. We should look at some of those after we're done with the other things. We have like maybe an hour more in us. It should be enough to finish Dragoon and do Valentine, and then maybe we can get a sightseeing log in if we're lucky. It's good to see you safely returned. I take from your bearing that the engagement went favorably. Sure. Hey, cutscene. You left this place as a woman, Tinderbox. You return as a dragon. There is no more for me to teach you. From here, your battle is yours and yours alone. Kind of funny to say that to like a dragon person, but yeah. Now, you might recall me saying that the fifth and final piece of the Drachenama was not mine to give. However, that's not wholly true. I could guide you in the direction of that which you seek. That said, I yet have reservations. The sheer power of the dragon housed within is such that a great many of your Azure forebears, myself among them, have proved hopelessly incapable of wielding it. But I do not doubt what I see. Within you has awakened the strength to forever elude the likes of me. If you are not worthy of wearing the armor, then I know none who are. Remember my warning to you, Tinderbox, and heed it well. Nidhogg is a lord among his kind. Aught less than a complete conviction, and you will surely fall under his thrall. So you can master your foe, you must needs master yourself. Hone your lance arm till it can bear no further honing, and then present yourself to me. When the time has come, I will tell you what you need to know. I look forward to our next meeting, my young dragoon. Okay. Yay! Okay, so we need to level now. God, it looks terrible. Of course, the fastest way is to just do another leveling roulette. Let's get some hunting logs in as well. Maybe feral crocs around here. Wait, no, we're not looking for feral crocs. We're looking for Barreting croc. Okay, they're in White Brim, yeah. Oh, that was fast. Come on! A decently high enough leveling dungeon so that we can get some decently high enough leveling. Please. What do you mean default portrait? Why did our portrait break? Hold on. What? Oh well. Ugh, another one we can't use AoE because too low level. That's annoying. This is why we don't like playing melee DPS. At least this is kind of a fitting dungeon to get for dragoons, because it's a dragon dungeon. Oh, this is taking forever. Yay! Level 47! Only 3 more levels to go! Bum, 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 bum. Oh. I don't think the tank realizes how bad we are on AoEs right now because of our level. Because this pull is gonna be painful. Okay, we don't remember. Maybe Bard has decent AoEs right now, actually. Maybe it's fine. Yeah, it seems fine. Yeah, Bard seems to have decent AoE. Okay, when does the dragon come stomping in? There it is. Ayatar! Yay! Ooh. We're doing a wall-to-wall pull here as well. It seems like it. Fine by us. Why did we get it? We thought we picked pass on that. Oh well. Which jobs have we done on this character, by the way? Oh, we haven't done any casters? Damn. Alright, because we run polls. Right. I forgot how we were doing this. Yeah, we'll put up the next job poll on the next stream. Yeah, damn. Completely forgot about that. Thank you. I'm gonna give it to Johannes Ward. No, okay, Paragon Blackfeather. Did we get a... Yay, we got a combination! Wow, that was not a lot of XP though. See, this entire area is considered white brim, so it could kind of be in a lot of different places. Good job, Andres Rosales. That's the wrong way. I want to say it's over here by Stone Vigil. That the dragonflies are. Yep, there they are. Really should put Wing Glide on a better button, but I'm not entirely sure what. Maybe. If we do. Like that, maybe? Then we can. Nice. Now we need to do the Baritone Crocs, which we believe are over here. Or like, no, they're deeper in, like here. What if we're ever gonna get Behemoth during one of these streams? It'll be fun. Behemoth is a fun fate. People still do Behemoth? I have no idea. Hello, Sebek. Okay. say it every time we fight these. We fucking hate these monsters. They're so fucking creepy. Okay. Can we fly over here? Yes, we can. Nice. Looking for snow wolves. I think it would be close to Mordona, probably. Mm-hmm. There they are. Wait, wasn't that it? Oh, 5. Okay. Oh, did you even 5 spawn at the same time? Oh, yeah. Now we head to Natalan. We do get why the hunting log isn't appealing to everyone, but we just like the simplicity of it. We have consistently done the hunting log on, like, every time we replay the game. We do the hunting log for our early classes. Even though it's ultimately, like, there's no story to it, the reward is ultimately not worth it. Just feels good to do, you know? Oh, this is annoying. Can we, like, not fight the boss? Hmm. Hmm. Two more. Easy. Alright, cool. Now we're level 48. Awesome. Let's head to the Alta Lumbra. Wait, it wasn't Western Light, right? Oh. Alright, half stone after this, because we have one more enemy here. Gotta say, it feels really good to be streaming this again. Like, even though right now it's just tedious leveling, it just feels like home, you know? Sure, we can fight these. Why not? What are we actually looking for, by the way? Mm-hmm. Fate bosses are always kind of boring, single player like this, but that's okay. Can we do this in 90 seconds? Let's find out. Feels possible. As long as we remember our buffs and debuffs. Yeah, this is easy. Or maybe not. Shit. Running out of time. No! No! 2%! 1.9! 0.9! 0.1! The damage over time almost killed it afterwards. Oh, that is so annoying. That is such fucking bullshit. What the hell? What the actual hell? Jeez. Okay. Let's find those wasps. Hey, they're not here, are they? Because this counts as a different place, and we were supposed to find them in Hopstone. Oh yeah, but there's other enemies here. We can take those. Did you look at the wrong enemies earlier? Wait, what? Oh, these Immortal Flames? Yes, okay. Not great XP. So it's only 3 of them. Yeah, okay, fine. Well, you can take them. Oh, and there's another hunting log over here. Hello. Oh, might have bit off more than we can chew here. Ooh, yep. These elves are kind of annoying. Oh, and the ballistas are also hitting. Oh, fuck. Not a fan. Not a fan at all. So much not a fan that we're using our mouse to target. Okay, there's still 1 hunt mark left here, but we need to do a tactical retreat. Oh, perfect. Come here. Perfect. Okay. Now we got the hunt mark done as well. Nice. Ah, here are the sea wasps. Oh. If you're wondering why we're doing this instead of playing Heavensward story, basically, Estinian is a main character in the Heavensward story. And if you played through Dragoon's job quest line, you already know Estinian, and you get unique dialogue. And we've never seen that dialogue, so we wanted to see it for the stream playthrough. Because when we first played Heavensward, we had not done the Dragoon storyline on our main character. East Shroud time. I think this is where the Garleans are. Yeah, it is. But none of these are signifiers. Okay, maybe deeper in. Archer, 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 Wind Sprite, 1 signifier, 2 signifier. Okay. Alright. Signifiers are casters. That's annoying. At least they only wanted to kill 2 of these, so I'll go fast. And then it was more bolts, pretty sure are here. Let's go. Okay, cool. See, toads and toads and oh, hello, a hunting mark. Don't mind if we do. Actually, I might be wrong, because these are the Sylphlands and we're supposed to be in Lark's Call, so we might have to go back. We'll take the hunting mark. You want us to go 3 of those? Okay, sure. Actually, no, we don't get nearly enough experience to bother with that. If we come across them naturally, then fine, but otherwise, it's like... not worth it. What fate's going on here, though? What a bore. Oh, fuck. Nice. Okay, back to Lark's Call, where we're actually supposed to be. Where the fuck did we come from? Come on, die. There we go. Okay, so it should be around here then. Marble, marble, marble. Oh, here they are. They were close to where we thought, at least. They're slightly more south. Yeah, we thought they were here, but they were here. How many do we need to kill? 5? Jesus fucking Christ. Really? Of Morbles of all enemies? 5 of the most annoying type of enemies is like tall order. Nice. Nice. So we're done with that. Anything else in East Shroud? Yes, Sylphlands Sentinel in Sylphlands. Guess we're going back to the Sylphlands. I was surprised we didn't see any of these when we were here the first time. Sylph Bonnet, Snarl, Size. Oh, fuck. There's a frog infestation right in the middle of the place we need to fight in. Okay, great. Oh, fuck the fuck off. We got 4 dreams out? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on just a second. What the hell was that? Oh, they left their fate. And they always aggro as they were leaving. What the fuck? Okay. One more. Damn, they ran out of trees. There's one. Good. South Shroud. Oh, it's going a little longer than we would have liked, but not much to do about it. Earth's Gift, right down there. Like, leveling is slow when you don't have a party to level with. And we could just do dungeons over and over, but nice. It's everything quiet. It's just so there's so much you can talk about when you're doing leveling. I reckon one more dungeon and clearing the hunting log should get us to 50, and then we can finish the dragon story. Nice. Now I had a Daring Harrier and the Vanguards. Okay. Harriers pretty sure are over here. You should get a challenge log, right? A fate completion challenge log. No, we already got that one. Never mind. Whoa, whoop. Accidentally tabbed out of the game. Nice. So 4 more if we want to get another fate completion boost. Not sure we'll do that, but it's not impossible. Is this not where the Harriers are? Yeah, I guess it's not. Hmm. Are they here then? No, this isn't. That's North Silvertier. It has to be. Oh, maybe it's not here at all. Now that you think about it. Yeah, it's like not in this area. Like here or something. Not? Is it in the climb here, maybe? Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. What's that? Hmm. Hmm. One more. Need one more. Yes, we have to wait for a respawn. So FanFest stuff is getting prepped now. The European tickets went up for registration this past week. Because we won't know if we're going. No one will know if that they're going for a while longer. We're excited. The North American FanFest kicks off in April. Very excited for that. Can't wait to see what 8.0 is going to be. Little cautious. Without going into spoilers, there are some things about where Dawn Trail has currently left off that we're a little cautious about. Nothing that we're like negative on so far, but cautious. In a very similar way to how we were cautious after Shadowbringers. Sort of in a... We're not entirely sure we're seeing where this is going. Which could be good, it could be bad, you know. In the case of Shadowbringers going into Endwalker, it was very good. So, hopefully that'll be the case here too. Regardless, we're very excited. Gonna try and do watch-alongs for at least the keynotes in North America and Japan. And if we end up not going to the European one, actually, if we end up not going to the European one, we will not be doing a live reaction either, because then we're gonna be at a Swedish convention instead. Because they put the European FanFest the same date as our annual summer convention. where we go to NARCon, which sucks for our friends who meet us at NARCon every year if we end up going. But yeah. Funnily enough, when they announced Dawn Trail at the North American Fan Fest in 2023, that was also during NARCon summer. We watched the keynote for that in a theater that we borrowed at NARCon for the occasion. Cool. Not much left now. Northern Dunland in Eastern Lanusia. Oh, the last level is gonna be a rough one though, huh? We're almost level 49 now, we're not quite there. Basilisk in Blue Fog. Right. We should bring back the Final Fantasy 14 and Shield streams. Where like we don't do story progress and questing and stuff like that. We just kind of like go on our main character and like do grinding while doing other things. Often it was like while watching stuff like the keynotes and the like. I haven't done those in years. That could be kind of fun. Go back to it at some point. I think the last time we did it was like the PlayStation State of Play where they announced Valkyrie Elysium. The Valkyrie profile sequel no one remembers. I wonder if we're gonna get to see Dragon Quest 12 soon. It's been like 5 years since they announced it or something. Kingdom Hearts 4 is reaching 4 years soon. But you can do helpings has gotten so fucking ridiculous, man. Like, it used to be completely unacceptable that games took, like, over 5 years to come out, and now it's just the norm. I know we harp on that like almost every single time we stream, but like it just it's such a it has completely changed how like video gaming works as a medium, because like now everything has to be this massive life-changing hit, because if it's not, you wasted like up towards a decade on making it and waiting for it, or waiting for it, and it's like it's just too much pressure for a game. If you remember when people talked about how like Duke Nukem Forever, it didn't matter whether it was gonna be good or bad, because like the fact that it took so long to come out meant that it was never gonna live up to expectations regardless. And now that's every game. It's like fucking Beyond Good and Evil 2 hits 18 years this year since the announcement, since the start of development. 17 years since the announcement, and it's like, what do you do at that point? What do you do when over 3 video game generations can pass before your game comes out? How do you live up to any kind of expectation that sets? Oops, you were done with Basilisks. Oh, guess I'll fight one more. You reckon we can take that mark there? Probably not, right? It's kind of tempting, isn't it? Oh yeah, no, this is not happening. Retreat! Retreat! There's no shame in running away from a fight. There's no shame in... Okay, we have one hunting log entry left. Second cohort equipped in ages wise. East Lenosha. Thank you. Notion. We promised we were gonna do the Valenti only event as well. This is taking too long, so maybe we won't be able to do that. But then we can always fit it in next week, because we think it's still gonna run next week, right? Let's check that just to be sure. Valenti on the day runs to Monday, February 16th. Oh, so it'll be the last day. Maybe we can sneak it in the weekend or something. What do you get this year? Oh, those outfits are adorable. Okay, yeah, we absolutely have to do it. That's for sure. Maybe we can do it tonight. We'll see. Alright, X-wise, that's over there for sure. Yeah. Okay. There's a key. A keys. We have no idea how it's pronounced. We don't care. Armor is kind of sick now, honestly. Doesn't actually look a bit like a dragoon. Look at that. How cool is that? Alright, 3 more because they gotta make it too many to kill. There's one. Boom. Fuck it. We can survive. Aha! Nice. Oh fuck. This was not a safe space. Where's the second enemy? Oh, up there. No, fuck it. We're not gonna bother with that one. Stand here long enough, it should be... Oh, you came after us. Well, that makes it easier. Okay, cool. Yep. Unless the ring went into our... Nope. Oh wait, no, level 50 up. I can't use it yet. Okay, never mind. Ooh. Still, do like this look. It's a good look. Right. Well, while we're queuing in for that, suppose we can head over to Gridania and see how the Valentione thing is looking. Oh. Always fun to see people playing Grania. Are you fucking joking? Two times in a row? They really don't want us to hit level 50. Okay. Well, the good thing about playing such a dull dungeon is we don't have to worry about having to pay attention. We can pour ourselves into the drink. Nope. The one thing we're thinking about playing through the Final Fantasy games from the start again on stream is we might want to do it on hardware if possible. We do have Final Fantasy 1, 2, and 3 for Famicom, and 4, 5, 6 for Super Famicom. We don't have a Famicom or a Super Famicom, let alone a way to capture from them. We might look into it. Alternatively, there are, of course, like consoles that play those games even though they're not the original hardware. We could look into as well, because it would be fun. The rest of the series is easy, like PS1 easy to capture, PS2 easy to capture, PS3 360 easy to capture, PS4 extremely easy to capture, and of course same with PS5. We don't know. We also might just do it emulator just so we can save some time and money. last time we played for Final Fantasy 1, we did, I think it was the MSX version. Well, okay, no, technically the latest one was a randomizer run, but a non-randomizer run, the latest one was the MSX version. I think maybe we started on a Pixel Remaster playthrough as well, but didn't get that far. Maybe that was Final Fantasy 2, we don't remember. The ones we've beaten on stream are Final Fantasy 13, Final Fantasy 3, Final Fantasy 1, MSX, and the randomizer. Possibly, oh yeah, spin-offs too, but like of the main ones. I think those are actually it. We started playthroughs of 2, 4, 5, and 6, and never actually finished them on stream. Sometimes it's just difficult to get the right motivation, you know? Oh hey, there's someone's first run through. Congrats, Aimer Miel, for the for mapping the run. We missed when this boss sucked you into the chamber. That was a change that was actually like not worth doing. I mean, there's a lot with this boss fight we actually liked how it was before. Same thing with the dungeon. The only thing we actually liked that they got rid of was the slowdown sludge. So they really didn't really add anything. Didn't add any difficulty. It was just now you're moving slower for a bit. Like in theory, it also gave you poison, but like let's face it, no one ever died from that. Or if they did, it was like maybe in the first week of the game coming out. And like now you don't even need to bother with like the tail thing anymore. It's like just kind of sad. Ah, it's so close! But everybody got it! Yay! GG. Oh, everyone left. Bow. No one else is left. We're bowing to no one. Oh well. Yep, just what we thought. The fancy ring we got is not useful because you get better things from just clearing the game nowadays. Alright, now we can go do the final mission and become the Azure Dragoon so that we're ready for Heavensward! Oh hey, we have 2 new abilities. Okay. Oh, True North, we want that one down there. We might run the job poll on the Discord server from now on, by the way. I haven't decided yet. We should probably just add a link to the Discord server on like the YouTube page at some point. Alright, let's go. Ah, Tinderbox. An urgent message arrived from Estinian in your absence. He bids you come at once to the Steel Vigil. It would seem Nidhogg is on the move, and rather soon than we had anticipated. It appears you have not yet fully become master of the dragon within you, and yet we are racing against time. I fear we have no choice but to do battle to the best of your current abilities, and without the Drachenmela promised. Now let us away. Estinian must know the truth of Ferndale, lest he fall for the great worm's seduction. For once, he wasn't blabbering on about stuff. Okay, we're going here, right? Yeah. Oh. Well, this is cool. Was it always like this? You don't remember it being presented like this, but it's been a very long time since we did this. Proceed. Alberic, I have waited long for this day. You, who fancy yourself an Azure Dragoon, the man whose cause you have taken for your own, is a coward. He relinquished the power of the dragon. Okay, you, who fancy yourself an Azure Dragoon, the man whose cause you have taken for your own, is a coward. He relinquished the power of the dragon of his own volition and watched as Ferndale burned. Do you not think it ironic that I was chosen as your dragoon? I, an orphan, who is not of value to protect an Ishgard. I suppose I must give thanks. It was the eye that revealed to me the truth. A truth so damning as to undo a lifetime of trust. I loved you as a father. I can ill forgive you for Ferndale. As I understand it, you kept even the Archbishop in the dark regarding the missing eye. Do you mean to take your shame to your grave? But I waste my breath. Prepare yourself, old man, for I shall lay waste to all the things you hold dear. And once I'm finished with you, I shall do what no Azure Dragoon has succeeded in doing. I shall claim Nidhogg's head. Calm yourself, Estinian. Your rage renders you vulnerable to the dragon's influence. Tinderbox. In you I thought I found kindred, someone beside whom I could fight the great worm. It is with a heavy heart that I relinquish that dream. Your affection for this coward has rendered you deaf to your own destiny. Very well, though you would one day cross lands was inevitable from the moment of our first meeting. But we shall now find out who is the Eye's true chosen. There can be only one. Alright, Estinian. I am the Eye's true chosen, and you shall know it when I bury my lance in your chest. Estinian, stop this madness. You and Tinderbox are meant to be allies, not enemies. Bring balance to the force, not leave it in darkness. You awakened the dragon, Tinderbox. Now my flames shall consume you whole. Power. I must have power. O Lord of Dragons, grant me strength to raise thine enemies. Estinian, surrender not to the beast within. Have you forgotten the vows you swore? Finish with a jump in a true dragoon fashion. Feeble creature, dost thou desire power? Look to thine anger, to thy hatred. It is there that thou shalt find it. O mighty Nidhogg, Lord of Dragons! Grant unto me thy blood, that I might be granted the claws and fangs wherewith to rend thine enemies. Whoa. That can't be good. Tinderbox. This is impossible. It can't be. Forgive me, Justinian. I have failed you once again. I'm fine, Tinderbox. Somewhat shaken, but otherwise whole of body. Suffice it to say, I have much to reflect upon. Let us return to the observatorium. The solar lagoon shines with unbound radiance. Yay! It is really funny that this job quest is so clearly a prelude to Heavensward and like Estinian's character arc and everything, and none of the other job quests have been followed up on in that way. When the being of darkness closed upon us, you appeared to me the spitting image of Haldroth the Dragon's Eye, just as he is depicted in the Holy Scriptures. I thought that perhaps the years had taken their toll on my mind, but behold, the solar dragoon shines as it never did in all the years I bore it. You would seem to have achieved that which was thought impossible. You awakened the ability that none but the first Azure Dragoon possessed. Truly a momentous achievement. I can still scarce believe that you were able to summon the self-same Drachenmail worn by Haldroth, the thing that had been sealed within the soul crystal all this time. I have borne witness to many and more wonders over the years, yet none compares to you, my young dragoon. Could it be that you are... mark not my mutterings. I'm certain it was your indomitable sense of justice that resonated with the spirit of the first Azure Dragoon, prompting him to bestow the armor upon you. Yes, that is doubtless what happened. As the being of darkness faded, so too did Nidhogg's aura subside, and now his kind have ceased their stirring. Whether this was compelled by your awakening, I cannot say. I suspect we will learn the truth of it eventually. Estinian, my dear boy, whatever becomes of him, he will ever be as a son to me. I pray that he is somewhere out there still, and he has not wholly forgotten the great man he once was. When that darkness brushed against me, the self-same torrent of emotion swept over me as those I experienced 20 summers past. But there was something else besides. There was a voice. It lamented the rift that divides dragons and men. You will come to comprehend what I speak in due time. Till then, Tinderbox, I pray that you will ever use your newfound strength in the name of justice. Alright. And now we are done with Dragoon Age 1. Yay! So, just for the sake of having it done, let's put on the entire Drachen armor. Do we not get a proper weapon? Oh right, no, because the artifact weapons were done in a different way back then. You didn't get a starting one. This is the Dragoon armor for women. For terrible reasons, they decided to give all the women this midriff window. Which, like, on its own, we don't mind. Like, on its own, we don't mind this. It's like, it's as a design choice, we think it's fine. But the problem is, this is supposed to be the same armor as the ones the men wear, and they don't have this window. And that is just incredibly silly. I forgot to put on the arms. Hold on. There we have it. Yeah, like we just wish it didn't have the belly window. If it was a different armor that had the belly window, it would be fine. But the fact that it's this one is just really annoying. In addition to this armor, we also get a upgraded version, which you didn't used to get, but you get now. And with that, we can look like this. Still has the same issue of the belly window, but has a cool effect if nothing else. Like we like the light blue lines on it. Like it's a good look. It's just not. There's just no good reason for it to look like this, you know? Okay, hold on, cancel. Portrait. Why can't updated gear set does not match current portrait data? Yeah, we know. That's why we clicked update. Oh, it's because of the visor thing, maybe? No. Okay, why can't we update Current gear data does not match instant portrait data. Yeah. Update instant portrait with currently equipped gear. Yes. Characters not in frame. What? What? What is going on? Okay, hold on. Oh, so apparently we can't use that close of a pose or something if we're a dragoon? That is strange. That is very strange. Can you land up here? Yes, you can. Nice. Can you land here? No. Can you land here? No. Can you land here? No. Okay, so if you want to take a selfie with Ishgard. Oh, here you can do it. Okay, cool. Okay, let's see. That's a nice shot. You also want one close up if we do like looking in this direction. Like that. Actually, no, you should probably like look up instead. That. That's a bit much, actually. That's good. We're gonna zoom in. remove depth of field. We want Ishgard to be visible. That kind of works. We like that. Alright, cool. Shall we go do the Valentione event, maybe? With that, let's swap to our main. And head to Gridania. Actually, what time is it? Oh, it's almost 2 a.m. Yeah, you know what? We're not gonna be able to do Valentine's Day today. We don't have time for that. But we'll sneak in another Final Fantasy 14. You know what? We'll do Valentione at the end of the first Heavensward video. Let's just do it that way. That's the easiest way to do it. This ended up going a little later than we thought it would be. It's almost 2 a.m. and we actually don't have time. You know, we can do it before we do Heavensward even. Why not? We can log out here so we know for sure to do it. Well, thank you so much for joining. This was a lot of fun. Now we're ready to take on Heavensward at last. It's been a long time coming. A very special thank you to our wonderful supporters. You are Arachnopunk, Bean, Garden, Haruhase, Yoast, Little Fateleaf, Emerald Bloom, Motokachoma, Rum Ray, Rain, The Coyote, Saga Music, Shadow Winchester, and Eurosha. Love you all, take care, and good night.